sort of baby child, big friend situation going on. You'd play as both Dr. Cortex and his niece Nena. By teaming up, you could unlock new gameplay mechanics in the same vein as Crash and Cortex Humilisating. Here's the summary of the pitch document. Quote, always let down by his bungling henchman, Dr. Cortex decides to help himself by creating 6 clones to run his affairs. But the clones mutate, each more bizarre and wild than the last. When his creations take over the laboratory, the hapless scientist and his niece Nina must use all their cunning and guile to defeat each of the boss clones and recapture the castle. Delving a bit deeper, Paul Gardner told us that the main new mechanic was Cortex spawning many clones of themselves called duplets. You'd herd them around like lemmings. For example, by blowing one up, the other terrified duplets would run away in the opposite direction. You'd need to get them to the other end of an area to trigger a mechanism so that Cortex could teleport there and progress further into the level. There was also a third idea for Cortex Chaos. This one's sort of a failed pitch within a failed pitch. An idea document the Twinsanity devs cooked up, but didn't even make it to the publisher meeting. More specifically, it was written by John McCann, who showed us the document and said, I really want to work on a Zelda-like game, so that's pretty much the basis of my outline. A Zelda-style game starring Cortex and Nina. It's 19 pages, so we'll flash it on screen for folks who want to pause it and read, but here's the 1-minute summary. Dr. Cortex's laboratory serves as the hub world. Its starts were relatively new, and microtransactions didn't exist yet, so naturally, players would be able to unlock new ringtones, wallpapers, and casings to customize their communicator. Cortex, of course, had his laser and other moves, but could also use a melee weapon and shield. And he even had Z-targeting as well, so yeah, it was a Cortex-themed Zelda, more or less. Pushing the select button lets you switch between playing as Cortex and his niece Nena, or you could do 2-player co-op with both characters. Unfortunately, Twinsanity didn't sell well by series standards. Just shy of 1 million fans went out and bought a copy. So, publisher Viventi Universal said no thanks to Traveller's Tales Cortex ideas. The next Crash game didn't end up coming out until the next console generation, with Viventi handing the franchise over to a different studio, Radical Entertainment, to make Crash of the Titans. It wound up getting lower review scores than even Twins Insanity, so no offense to the devs, but maybe things would have worked out better for the publisher if they had just greenlit Cortex Chaos from the start. It's hard to say for sure since they never released the total sales figures for Titans, but the fact that they didn't usually doesn't bode well. Thank you, Crash. My powers were useless against them. Applause. And now for some new info on a PS2 game that did come out. Final Fantasy X, a story about the young Blitzball player Titus, who's tasked with escorting the summoner Yuna on her pilgrimage to attain the final Aeon and defeat the antagonistic force known as Sin. To find some new info about a beloved old game, we had to hunt for some old Japanese magazines and have them translated. One interesting tidbit we found comes from the game's scenario writer Kazuhiko Nojima, revealing where he got a lot of his inspiration. Talking to Famitsu, he said, "This is something I haven't really told anyone before, but when we started on X, I read a lot of letters left by kamikaze pilots and their families. Among them, there was one story about a family taking a pilot to the train station who loved him, but knew they were taking him to his death. That kind of resolve and resignation is at the core of X's story. In another interview, this time with Dengeki PlayStation, Nojima said that the game's theme was travel. So they wanted the game to resemble our real world but not take after Europe like so many games that came before something new, something different. Nojima wanted the setting to be based on what he called the Stan countries, like Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. Games rarely take place in that region. I was clamoring to go there for research, he told Dengeki, but ultimately art director Yasuki Nara won out, and Spear ended up as a more tropical Southeast Asia-inspired region instead, like Thailand. Once the devs settled on that more islandy backdrop, they needed to figure out how to get the game's protagonist in the water. Producer Yashori Katas told Famitsu magazine, "So, at first, Titus's job was an underwater plumber. I envisioned him as a diver on the seafloor or something, and he'd fix the pipes." He laughs. So, originally, instead of a Blitzball sports mini-am, the player would have gone on missions where Titus dives down and fixes pipes. Eventually, they decided that a plumber wouldn't make for a good hero. Not big Super Mario fans, we guess. So, they changed Titus into an underwater athlete. The overalls in his final design, though, are left over from that early character archetype. One of the most iconic parts of Final Fantasy X has got to be the often music. Music. You probably shouldn't laugh anymore. According to Neumann, that memorable scene was based on his high school drama club. Him and the other drama kids would climb up to the school's roof and ha-ha out into the open air. Another idea that fell by the wayside was internet functionality. In fact, every time you load up your PS2 save file, you're smacked right in the face with the Play Online branding, a testament to how close these features got to making it into the final game. In another issue of Famitsu, executive producer Sakaguchi explains how it might have worked. That players could trade rare items with each other or just straight up sell them on the server. Play Online would also provide tricks and tips like revealing where rare swords are hidden in the game world. And it was 2001, so of course you could exchange information with other players, send and receive emails, and listen to music with the power of the internet. Ultimately, all the online features got cut and mostly repurposed for Final Fantasy XI instead. But 11 had an interesting cut feature as well. Playing in arcades, 11 was released on PlayStation 2 and PC, but before release, Sakaguchi said the game save data will be stored on a server, so you could play from anywhere. For example, you could play on PS2 at home, and then on your PC when you get to work, then stop by an arcade on your way home, and play for 3 minutes for 100 yen? It's true. I'm telling you, it's true. Unfortunately, it wasn't true. You might think that kind of setup could only work in Japan, but some rare promo footage does exist showing Americans playing 11 at an arcade. Music. Turo, I need you. Where and when? Yo, Turo, come on man, we're forming a party. Not now man, Ellie needs me. So, it seems they originally wanted to bring it stateside as well, but Final Fantasy XI Arcade never became a reality, even in Japan. Another PS2 Klaxidec, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, was also hard to find new info for. That's partly our own fault, to be honest. Mega popular titles tend to have everything already dug up, but the game's director, Hideo Kojima, did write a development diary that's never been translated before. Well, not in full anyway. A few facts here and there have been released to the English-speaking world, but most of it hasn't. We looked through all of it, and there's some excerpts we found interesting. In the first Metal Gear Solid, Snake gets tortured and then remains shirtless for a little while until he finds a box with all of his supplies and gets his clothes back on. For the sequel, Kojima wanted to do something similar, but this time pull the rug out from the fans' expectations. In his diary, he said, "Just like in the last game, I'll put a cardboard box next to Raiden when he's without clothes. Veteran players will grab it and expect to get their equipment back. Then Raiden will disappear into the shadows of the torture room. But when he comes back out, he's still completely without clothes, but has that cardboard box around his waist. Then he'd run around wearing nothing but a box for a while." Kojima thought it would be hilarious, but it was a little difficult from a technical standpoint, so he put it on the back burner, then never came back to it. So, in the final game, Raiden just stays without clothes. Another interesting fact is that Olga was originally supposed to commit suicide by the end of the game. You might remember her Spetsnaz knife, which had a single bullet inside. Not too shabby, is it? New York. I mean, that's the bullet she would have used to do the deed, but the script got revised to have her murdered by Solidus instead. Kojima also mentions Arsenal Gear was going to be a giant turtle, but in the final release, it ended up being more like a manta ray. Here's probably the weirdest excerpt. In the final game, there's a part where Raiden swims underwater with Emma Emmerich. Nothing too unusual happens, but while they're underwater, Kojima originally wanted blood seeping out of Emma's lower body. When they surface, Raiden would ask, "Where are you hurt?" And Emma would blush and say, I'm fine." Later in the story, Emma is fatally stabbed by Vamp. Raiden's audibly concerned with how much blood she's losing, and then she look up and say, "I'm fine, it's just my female condition," then let out her final breath. Those would have been her dying words, but Kojima's team all hated the idea, so all those menstrual gags got cut out. Kojima's diary also includes a weird, unused idea for Zone of the Enders, a space robot game he was making around the same time. He said, "The control pods are located in the waist, so I'll call them vulnerable point seats, and they'll get activated when the robots use special moves. I wanted to be slang in this world to say, aim for the enemy's vulnerable point." That didn't make it in either. We're currently having the diary fully translated, which is almost 100 pages long, converted into English, and we'll cover all the highlights in an upcoming Metal Gear video, so subscribe if you don't want to miss it. Hello, and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today, we'll be looking at chip art on video game hardware, as well as chip art of video game characters on other electronics. For those who don't know, chip art is a piece of art on a computer chip, also known as silicon art, and if Wikipedia is to be believed, silicon doodling. The art is typically too small to make out with the without clothes eye, although there are some exceptions to this. Circuit boards aren't exactly the canvas that jumps to mind when thinking of how to express creativity, but their art certainly shouldn't be overlooked. And with video game hardware having a lot of circuit boards and chips, there are many potential canvases waiting to be filled by artists. The most famous example of chip art in video games is probably the dolphin jumping over Nintendo's logo. This art is within the GameCube system itself, and is a reference to GameCube's project name, Dolphin. However, more modern consoles also contain art on their circuit boards. Although it's multiple times larger than Nintendo's Hidden Dolphin, an etched engraving of a super deformed Master Chief riding a scorpion can be found inside every Xbox One X console. Take our word for it. Don't start prying your consoles open. This silicon doodling references the updated console's codename during development, Project Scorpio. The scorpion itself may also be a reference to the vehicle found within the Halo universe. The scorpion. This sort of art can also be found on game cartridges. Another piece of art on a circuit board can be found inside the cart for Mickey Mouse Capade on the original NES. The art is a simple soldering of the famous Mickey Mouse head silhouette. Going back to much smaller art but slightly forward in time, the Atari Simplified Architecture Processor, or As Soon as Possible, was a chip used in some of Atari's 9S arcade titles like the unreleased platformer Beathead. The chip has a tiny etching of a Lotus 7 car, which according to Atari's Michael Albert was to symbolize the chip's comparatively impressive relief himself for its price range. Arcade games seem to go hand in hand with chip art. Probably the best known arcade era character, Pac-Man, can be found on Temic Semiconductors, eating the initials GAS, which is short for gallium arsenide. The kind of chip that Pac-Man is printed on were cheaper than the gallium arsenide devices which were commonly used. It can be inferred that Pac-Man biting the gas is a metaphor for the new, more affordable chips gobbling up the competition and its inferior gallium arsenide. While all that tech talk was terribly interesting, some chip art is just for the fun of it and doesn't symbolize anything in particular. This can be seen with the Infineon TLE 8718 SA, although the chip doesn't have much to do with video games. It has chip art of a weird-looking bootleg Mario with a W instead of an M on his hat, as well as the text Super Wiesner. Possibly the worst piece of chip art we'll be looking at today, or the best, I suppose, depending on how you look at it, is of Mario's rival, Sonic the Hedgehog. The analog device's ADSP 2181 is a digital signal processor that can be used for rendering all kinds of digital media like audio, still images, and video. This seems ironic considering how bad the rendering of the art on the chip is, resembling the Sonic meme as much as Sonic himself. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we'll be looking at the bizarre 1990 Beat 'Em Up Michael Jackson's Moonwalker for the Sega Genesis. Like Jackson himself, the game is known for its music, and when the game came out, fans were looking forward to hearing lo-fi Sega renditions of their favorite MJ tracks. This includes the best-selling track Thriller, which was originally intended to be used as background music for the game Cemetery Level, but it didn't appear in the final game. Although the song was planned to be included, it was replaced by a different Jackson song, Another Part of Me. It's speculated that this is due to Thriller being written by Rod Temperton and not Jackson himself. A small handful of people were aware that the early version of the game included Thriller as the cemetery theme, but a physical cartridge wasn't discovered until the 15th of September 2017. This is when a collector by the online handle of Brian the Hedgehog bought a prototype cartridge at a flea market for $20 and uploaded a YouTube video showing off the track as it appeared in-game. Music. The cartridge is dated the 24th of April, 1000 990, 3 months prior to the game's initial music release. Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. In today's episode, we'll be exploring stories that developers have told about themselves or colleagues. While some video game developers are well known, most of them remain in obscurity, being overshadowed by their creations. Because of this, stories about how developers experience their own games and profession get comparatively much less coverage in games media. Today, we're changing the tide a little by sharing an interesting handful of their stories. We're starting off with the story surrounding Metroid Prime 2, Echoes, and the game's producer, Brian Walker. In an interview with IGN, Brian disclosed his favourite and least favourite bosses in the game, which are the Quadraxis and the Boost Guardian, respectively. The Boost Guardian was his least favourite because he couldn't actually beat it. In the interview, Brian confessed that he could only beat the boss while in debug mode. Opposite happened when strategy guides and such had stuff written like, "First catch a Pikachu," and before I knew it, everybody had Pikachu, and my plan completely backfired. Developers at the Pokémon company aren't the only ones that can be a bit devious, but this next example was for a good reason. While developing Super Smash Bros. For 3 Deciseconds and Wii U, voice actor Xander Mobus was brought in to be the game's announcer. During recording sessions, Nintendo would throw in characters that were never considered for the game for Xander to read. This was an effort by Nintendo to. Opposite happened when strategy guides and such had stuff written like, "First catch a Pikachu," and before I knew it, everybody had Pikachu, and my plan completely backfired. Developers at the Pokémon company aren't the only ones that can be a bit devious, but this next example was for a good reason. While developing Super Smash Bros. For 3 Deciseconds and Wii U, voice actor Xander Mobus was brought in to be the game's announcer. During recording sessions, Nintendo would throw in characters that were never considered for the game for Xander to read. This was an effort by Nintendo to prevent the game's roster from leaking, with the idea being that no one truly knew who was and was not in the game. Xander told YouTuber Mason of Delfino, "I didn't know the final roster for Smash Brothers. They were very tricky. They gave me a lot of red herrings in the script. Some of them were really obvious, but some of them weren't so obvious. I thought Duck Hunt. I was like, what the hell, are you going to put the cartridge in the game? Come on. Who do they think they're fooling with Duck Hunt?" Then he's in the game, and because of that, I had no idea. Some developer stories are a bit more action-packed. According to the David Kushner book, Masters of Doom, John Romero once accidentally locked himself in his office while developing Doom. Romero cried out to his fellow developers to help free him, and after a few attempts of opening the door, Doom programmer John Carmack remembered that he had a real-life battle axe in his office. Carmack had paid $5,000 for the custom-made weapon and was eager to try it out. Developers began to gather around Carmack, chanting, "Battle Axe, Battle Axe, Battle Axe," and Carmack hacked away at the door until Romero was free. Meanwhile, at Nintendo, the lives of developers are a lot less exciting. In an editorial from The New Yorker, it was revealed that Nintendo are somewhat overprotective of their golden boy and creator of Mario, Shigeru Miyamoto. As it turns out, Nintendo prohibits Miyamoto from either walking or biking to work and ask him to drive instead. This is because he's become an invaluable backside eat to the company, and they fear that he might get hit by a motorist if he commutes to work outside the safety of a vehicle. This may sound strange, but other Nintendo veterans such as Gunpei Yokoi met their untimely end in a very similar way. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we're looking at the meme-worthy game Zero Wing, notorious for its poor English translation. What's interesting about the game, besides its poor localization, is that the Japanese version has an additional 32 endings not seen in the English release. No official explanation has been given as to why these extra endings were removed. However, considering that these endings rely heavily on unusual, relieve himself patterns and Japanese pop culture references, and factoring in the already poor quality of the English localization, it's possible that either the localization team didn't translate the endings because it was beyond their ability, or because they were under time or budgetary constraints. Hello, and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. In this bonus episode, we'll be looking at some interesting instances of theft in gaming history. And with that said, on to the trivia. Whether we're talking about IP, software, or physical products, Nintendo are fairly protective of their creations. Unfortunately for them, there are some situations where you just have to accept loss. One such event happened to Nintendo in May 2015, where an entire truck full of special edition Splatoon games was stolen during a heist. The vehicle was commandeered at some point while it was hauling its cargo from Nintendo's European headquarters. The truck was carrying gaming retailer games' entire shipment of Splatoon Special Edition release for Wii U, which left them with no option but to offer a substitute to customers. People who had pre-ordered the game could choose between the standard edition of the game with a discount or to cancel their pre-order altogether. A Nintendo UK spokesperson told Eurogamer, "We can confirm that the lorry transporting the Splatoon stock from Nintendo's European warehouse to Game UK has been stolen." Whilst these unfortunate circumstances were out of Nintendo UK and Game's control, we apologise for any inconvenience or disappointment that this has caused. In September 2007, in the city of Leeuwarden in the Netherlands, a 13-year-old boy was threatened with violence by two other boys, aged 14 and 15, in demand of his amulet and mask from the free-to-play MMORPG RuneScape. The two were subsequently convicted in 2009, but in 2012, one of the thieves took to the Dutch Supreme Court with an appeal on the grounds that they hadn't stolen anything, as the virtual items did not exist. The court upheld the conviction and gave him 144 hours of community service on the grounds that the items must have some value, as the boy had invested time and energy in obtaining them while playing the game. Threats and violence aren't the only way of convincing others to give access to their equipment. However, in 2009, a man in Somerset was given a police caution when he obtained a Fall Asleep 2, sent his friend David Amani to the exchange while he waited by his computer, ready to transfer the goods. At the meeting, Barra transferred the money he was carrying from one envelope to another, a move that David spotted to be out of the ordinary. David backed out of the deal quickly, calling Jonathan to ensure that he hadn't gone through with the deal. Jonathan then convinced David to try again the next day. This time, David was prepared, bringing a $100 bill to compare with fake notes. David saw that Barra's money was indeed illegitimate, and Barra responded with a BB gun, threatening them into making the transfer. David told the New York Post, "I couldn't believe I was about to get shot over RuneScape. I was so scared I was about to die." He called Jonathan and told him to make the transfer. Hansa Bahar was later caught after checking surveillance footage. But RuneScape isn't the only game that suffers from scandalous skullduggery. In February 2005, Legend of Mir 3-player Xiu Chongwei allowed another player, Xu Xiaoyuan, to borrow a dragon saber. Xiaoyuan promptly sold the saber for $7,200 yuan, which at the time roughly equated to $870. When Chang'e didn't receive his sword back, he reported the incident with the police, but at the time there were no laws relating to the theft of virtual property, so nothing could be done. Chu Xiaoyuan said that he would give the money to Chongwei, but with less than a month having gone by, Chongwei grew impatient. He subsequently stabbed Chu Xiaoyuan in the chest, resulting in death. Chongwei gave himself into the police and confessed to intentional injury. He was sentenced to life in prison, though his time was reduced due to good behavior. Sometimes a company can fight back against thieves online, as was the case with Blizzard and Diablo III. For a time, Blizzard included an online auction house within Diablo III to provide a convenient and secure method of trading items for in-game gold. The auction house was split into two. One half allowed players to buy and sell with in-game currency, and the other allowed for buying and selling with real-world money. Blizzard games had for a while been used for real-world profit. Gold farming in World of Warcraft was considered a real job in many places, with, at one point, over 100,000 people being full-time gold farmers in China, obtaining gold in the game to sell for real money outside of Blizzard's control. With Blizzard's introduction of a real money auction house within Diablo 3, they hoped it would make buying and selling items more secure and also make Blizzard a little commission on each sale. However, it also introduced a solid, tangible real-world value to their virtual items. In 2012, the same year of the game's release, 2 players decided to use illicit means to steal items from others. According to court documents, Californian Patrick Nepomuceno and Michael Stinger of Maryland stole and sold over $8,000 worth of items from players through the use of a remote access tool or RAT, disguised as a link to an image of a rare item. The duo would send the link to other players and have their character drop all of their valuables, only for their own Demon Hunter character to swing by and collect everything that had been dropped. After 20 to 30 players afflicted by the thefts reported the cases to Blizzard, they had their items replaced by the company and the theft was taken to prosecutors. At the time, Michael Stinger was 21 and claimed that the two-man operation had gone on for a few months, but that he had no idea he was sharing malware or that Patrick Nepomuceno was remotely accessing the victims' computers. Splinter News contacted Stinger, who said, "He just told me to share the link and I would get free items. I thought Patrick was doing some glitch. I didn't really care, lol. I was getting free stuff. I was not driven for the money. I simply wanted to get better gear for my character, good weapons, and armor." Later in December 2012, FBI agents raided his home, seized his computer, and accused him of committing a felony. Federal prosecutor Tracy Wilkerson, who worked on the case, claimed that because Blizzard replaced the items, they had to find some other means of calculating the value Blizzard had lost in the ordeal. Wilkerson said, "Blizzard gave the victims the goods back. That made the loss calculation difficult as the victims were reimbursed. So instead, we calculated the perpetrator's gain." Prosecutors claimed that the goods were sold for over $8,000, making the crime a felony, a claim that Stinger disputes. He said, "We, Wilkerson blames the issue on an extension of online crime in general, saying, "People think they are not going to get caught, that they're not going to be found in their bedrooms on a computer. They don't think it's that big of a deal. Gaming especially lends itself to this suspension of reality." The auction house was closed in 2014 as Blizzard deemed the system to undermine the game's loot-based mechanics. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we're looking at Condemned Criminal Origins, which released for PC and Xbox 360. In the Xbox 360, Wilkerson blames the issue on an extension of online crime in general, saying, "People think they are not going to get caught, that they're not going to be found in their bedrooms on a computer. They don't think it's that big of a deal. Gaming especially lends itself to this suspension of reality." The auction house was closed in 2014 as Blizzard deemed the system to undermine the game's loot-based mechanics. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we're looking at Condemned Criminal Origins, which released for PC and Xbox 360. In the Xbox 360 release, a total of 970 points could be earned for a player's gamer score through achievements. While most games have a total of 1,000 points, it's rumored that the game was set to receive DLC, which would add the additional 30 points to the game's total, but these never came to fruition. This isn't the only game to have under 1,000 gamer score. However, as during the early life cycle of the 360, Microsoft had not yet laid out guidelines on how the system should be used. It was eventually decided that these rules would have retail games reward a player of 1,000 gamer score with a total of 50 achievements, allowing for expansion through DLC to up the figure to a maximum of 1,750 points and 80 achievements, though only allowing an additional 250 points and 10 achievements per quarter. Here's a real eye bell. Did you know Brothers and Cuphead creators Chad and Jared Moldenhauer always had the idea of making a game of their own, though they lacked the resources to do so for many years? After seeing the success of the indie scene in 2010, especially with games like Super Meat Boy and Castle Crashers, the two realized it was possible for them to make a quality game, and development on Cuphead entered its early stages soon after. From the start, the gameplay was inspired by run-and-gun games like Contra and Gunstar Heroes, but the game's eventual look was rooted in 1930s cartoons, notably from the works of Fleer Studios. The brothers grew up watching cartoons from the era through VHS tapes they got themselves, or as gifts. The duo figured that as technology improved, someone would make a game in that style, but no one attempted it to the degree they hoped for. The idea of 1930s visuals actually began as a joke. They'd shoot around in brainstorming sessions, thinking they'd be unable to pull the look off successfully. They dabbled in other styles, but always came back to that idea. Despite their lack of training, it was something that resonated with them, and they dove right into it. When thinking of designs for the game's protagonist, there had been hundreds of ideas drawn up, but nothing was working for them at first. They wanted to steer clear of animals due to how common they were in platformers, opting for something they could call of their own. A light bulb character fittingly led to the idea of more inanimate objects for heads, and led to them being more experimental with their designs. Near the end of the process, Chad would study background elements in cartoons for anything he could find, and over time they came to the design we now know. The designs also said to have roots in a 30s Japanese propaganda film that featured a man with a teacup head. Some of the scrapped ideas showed up in the final game as NPCs, such as the axe and Applehead designs, and Mugman's character came from the desire of a two-player dynamic. Being the younger brother, Jared said he always identified as Luigi, and they wanted to give off a Mario Brothers vibe with the duo. The game started out simple and was planned to have 8 bosses in a similar structure to the Mega Man series. However, with its popularity at trade shows, the two felt the need to expand the game to feature more content, what they originally envisioned, before scaling back. It resulted in the team and development time increasing, but they were still set on seeing it to the end. The game's animation process was said to slow down production by 80% when compared to doing it digitally. They stuck with it because they wanted to be as true to the art style as they could, and to help keep traditional animation alive. It was even considered to color everything by hand, but it only would have gone to add years to production time. The style lends itself to the gameplay due to the wild, eccentric nature of 30s cartoons, leading to near endless possibilities for boss ideas. That said, before coming up with a boss, they needed to know how it would play out in advance. Depending on its size or location, they designed it with that in mind, coupled with the theme of where they'd appear in the game. There was one idea where a boss would be fought on a sheet of music, with the patterns relying on the level's actual soundtrack. This idea didn't get off the ground as the pattern couldn't be changed once implemented. Plus, the track had to be different for each of the game's difficulty settings. Despite the pushbacks in the 4 years since its first announcement, the game proved popular through it all, selling over 1 million copies in its first 2 weeks. The studio took many chances throughout development, but took things in small steps before getting to the game's current scope. Jared said that had they known just how much work would go into Cuphead from the start, they likely never would have made it. Welcome to the Cuphead's development was an intimate affair. Spouses, cousins, and friends of the brothers lent their talents to help bring it to life, being as Backsidian as they were about the project and gaming as well. The game's composer, Chris, Pokémon Asleep Story, Pokémon Fall Asleep 2, with the action on screen, a staple of CL Backsidian cartoons. Madigan instead went for the vibe of excitement and unpredictability, complementing the game's nature. Each piece also has several different mixes and solos. When one was recorded, they'd have soloists play over the finished piece with a variety of instruments and improvised segments. Because of this, when fighting the same boss again, a slight variation on their theme can be heard. There are a few nods to other video games in Cuphead's score. The Funfair Fever track has a similar segment to the athletic theme from Super Mario World. Right, this bit, according to Madigan, was a crazy coincidence. If I did it on purpose, I would totally own it. But it's actually a fairly standard ragtime cliche in some ways. When Koji Kondo used it, it was already old. For a game that's full of homages, that was a total accident. The Mario series helped influence another track more directly. The Elder Kettle's theme was initially made for a possible water world that was cut from the final product. Madigan looked to Koji Kondo's method of scoring for water levels in the Mario Brothers soundtrack 33 1/3 book, noting that many are based on waltz numbers. Coincidentally, a Master CL backside he attended was covering how to write waltzes, and he saw it fitting to make one. There are dozens of references to games and animations sprinkled throughout Cuphead, with the team wanting them to act more as subtle nods than direct shout-outs. Goopy Lon's look was inspired by early RPGs, where enemies were commonly slime creatures, and was in Cuphead before their own boss formula. The third phase of Dramatic Fanatic is another nod to JRPGs, with Sally stage plays cut out bearing a striking resemblance to Kepka from Final Fantasy VI. Grim Matchstick has roots in Mega Man 2's Mecha Dragon boss, and his name references animator Grim Natwick, who worked on many Fleer cartoons, and like Matchstick spoke with a pronounced stutter. Dr. Cool shares his surname with one of Disney's 9 old men, Milk Cool, and the level Perilous Pier shows a building named Hotel Iworks, referencing animator and co-creator of Mickey Mouse of Iworks. Baroness Bon 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 has design roots in not only cartoons, but also in actresses from the era such as Biddy Gryle, Bebe Daniels, and Loretta Young. The Railroad Wrath bosses all have ties to Japanese yokai, the ghost with Taname, a ghost with eyes on their hands, the skeleton with Gashada Koro, a giant skeleton, the train pistons, possibly with long neck yokai such as Rokuubi, and the head of the train with Urugaruma, ox carts with faces that appear in the dead of night. The stage also draws parallels with Final Fantasy VI's Phantom Train, as both have the player make their way through a haunted train before fighting the train itself. The level Clipjoint Calamity is one huge shout-out to the Street Fighter series. Ribby and Croak start the fight with Ryo and Ken's taunts, and their moves reference other fighters from a Honda's 100-hand slap, Guile's Sonic Boom, Dawson's Yoga Fire, and even Blanca's Roll. Their slot machine phase references the Street Fighter II bosses Withers, Bullrock depicted by the machine itself, and Vega, Sagat, and Embison by the slot patterns, as it shows snakes, tigers, and bulls respectively. Lastly, when the player dies to the devil in his second phase, his death quote will be, "Anyone who opposes me will be destroyed," which is directly lifted from M. Bison's game over quote, Street Fighter II. Did you know Rayman has no arms or legs? Because during development, programmers had trouble rendering his limbs while the character was in action. The design with Rayman's hands and feet floating separately from his body led to the discovery of unique gameplay elements like the ability to punch enemies from a distance. Rayman was created by Michael Ancel in Montpellier, France. Ancel started developing Rayman for the Super Nintendo with a team of 2. It was originally a co-op platformer with 2 playable Rayman-type characters. As the staff grew, development shifted to focus on CD, ROM-based consoles for their larger storage capacity, and then professional cartoonists were hired to rework the game's graphics and artwork. Rayman's personality as an adventurer with a sense of humor was inspired by Indiana Jones. The designs of the scenery in the levels and worlds were influenced from Celtic, Russian, and Chinese fairy tales, while the designs of the characters were inspired by the Golden Age American animation of Tex Avery. According to an interview in the French magazine Pixel Love, Ancel took the name Rayman from ray tracing software that he used in the Ubisoft studio before. Popular 3D platformers like Super Mario 64 and Crash Bandicoot had already hit the market, and standards for the genre were high. Ancel and the team decided to take a break from Rayman 2 and began working on a side project. This new game was called Tonic Trouble, and it was created to test the engine for the upcoming 3D Rayman game. It also provided an opportunity for the developers to learn the ropes of 3D game development. Tonic Trouble has a few scattered references to Rayman, like the cave painting in the first level, and a brief cameo before. Popular 3D platformers like Super Mario 64 and Crash Bandicoot had already hit the market, and standards for the genre were high. Ansel and the team decided to take a break from Rayman 2 and began working on a side project. This new game was called Tonic Trouble, and it was created to test the engine for the upcoming 3D Rayman game. It also provided an opportunity for the developers to learn the ropes of 3D game development. Tonic Trouble has a few scattered references to Rayman, like the cave painting in the first level, and a brief cameo during the credits. Rayman Arena has a reference to Tonic Trouble in a cutscene where the skeleton of Ed is seen shackled in the background. Ed's face can also be seen in an episode of the Rayman animated series. The Nintendo 64, Dreamcast, and PC versions of Rayman 2 contain a total of 1,000 yellow lums. After a cutscene where Razorbeard eats a yellow lum, the heads-up display for lums changes from 1,000 to 999. However, fans later discovered a hidden yellow lum in the Tomb of the Ancients level that exists even after the player recovered 999 out of 999 yellow lums, bringing the total back up to 1,000 pounds. The PlayStation version of Rayman 2 only contains 800 yellow lums, and the lum that Razorbeard eats in the cutscene is changed to a red lum. There are many different versions of Rayman 2, and each one has unique differences. The Japanese version changed Rayman's torso from purple to blue. This is because in Japanese culture, purple is seen as the colour for death, often used by villains. It is likely that the change was to backside Dirt Rayman as the game's hero. Other characters went through design changes as well. Sam, the water snake, was changed from purple to green, Janu's hat was changed to red, and Leatherfair's design was changed completely. There are differences between versions of Rayman 3 as well. The PlayStation 2 release has different music for the fight with music Bioniacs. Rayman 3 is a hidden reference to Star Trek during the first teensy highway level. Near the O in the word love in the background, a silhouette of the Starship Enterprise can be seen partially obscured by the heads-up display. One secret room in the Headlam headquarters contained more concept art made its way online, revealing that this game was going to return many of the locations from the first Rayman, like Bandland and Picture City. A different take on a sequel to Rayman 3 emerged in the form of a trailer at E3 2006. It depicted Rayman changing costumes and fighting a swarm of rabbits in the style of a beat-em-up like Dynasty Warriors. Still, images released online show Rayman riding several types of animals trying to escape the army of rabbits. This game of course became the Miniam collection Rayman Raving Rabbits, but its more concept art made its way online, revealing that this game was going to return many of the locations from the first Rayman, like Bandland and Picture City. A different take on a sequel to Rayman 3 emerged in the form of a trailer at E3 2006. It depicted Rayman changing costumes and fighting a swarm of rabbits in the style of a beat-em-up like Dynasty Warriors. Still, images released online show Rayman riding several types of animals trying to escape the army of rabbits. This game of course became the Miniam collection Rayman Raving Rabbits, but it's interesting that the game originally started as a 3D platformer. Some other Ubisoft games have references to Rayman in them. Prince of Persia, Warrior Within, has Rayman's glove as an equipable weapon. It's indestructible and will knock down enemies when thrown at them. Rayman's popularity reached outside of gaming when it was announced that Rayman would be the mascot of the French Federation of Football for the 2014 World Cup. Did you know, over the course of The Simpsons' 28 seasons, The show has lent its name to even more games. The first Simpsons game, Bar vs. the Space Mutants, was released in 1991 and closely resembles the plot of John Carpenter's 1988 film, They Live. In the film, professional wrestler Rowdy Roddy Piper finds sungle backsides that allow him to see aliens disguised as humans. Similar to They Live, Bart finds X-ray specs that reveal aliens disguised as humans. And just like in the film, Bart has to convince everyone that aliens exist. The game was released on many different platforms, including the NES, Atari ST, Sega Master System, and the Amiga, from July 1991 to September 1992. Various Amiga bundles came with the cartoon Kill Backside X, which included Bar vs. the Space Mutants. For the Amiga version of the game, Arc Developments wanted to make a new intro that better reflected the show's animation. Although each frame was sent to and edited by Simpsons creator Matt Groening, the animation still looked mediocre compared to the show. Another early entry was the Simpsons arcade game developed by Konami and tested by Konami of America near Chicago. Following the success of the 1989 Ninja Turtles arcade game, Konami took the Turtles' beat-em-up gameplay and applied it to The Simpsons. While there's plenty of familiar content in the game, fans noticed gag that Konami included in the game were rabbits from Groening's first successful publication, Life in Hell. Published from 1977 to 2012, the comic strip involved anthropomorphic rabbits covering a wide range of themes. While some of the rabbits in the arcade games are enemies, there's another nod to the comic. If Marge is electrocuted, a skeletal silhouette has a pair of rabbit ears. According to Groening, he originally planned for Marge's hair to conceal a pair of large life-in-hell-esque rabbit ears. The ears were set to be revealed in Season 1's finale, but Groening decided to scrap the idea. Another interesting detail is that the Japanese game was notably easier than the international version. The usage of weapons was tweaked and the player's health could go past 100%. Even more surprising is the inclusion of arbitrarily placed atomic bombs, which only appear in the Japanese game. In February of 2012, both Xbox Live and PlayStation Network re-released The Simpsons arcade game. Unfortunately, the title was ultimately removed from both console stores and has not returned. In the early 9S, Bart's Nightmare was published on the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis to a lukewarm reception. The game's designer, Bill Williams, was a celebrated developer with several acclaimed titles under his belt. Williams suffered from cystic fibrosis and spent much of his time thinking of new ways to experience games. Although he started making out experimental indie games, Williams would eventually take an office job making licensed games at Sculptured Software. While working on Bart's Nightmare, Bill would constantly have to rework the game so it fit executive demands. These orders came from the management of his studio, the Simpsons license holders, and even Nintendo. Unhappy with the corporate environment of the industry, Williams walked away from the project when it was nearly completed. He quit the game industry and enrolled in the Lutheran School of Theology at Chicago. His goal was to become a pastor, help people, and gain a stronger connection with the world. Sadly though, Williams packsided away at the age of 37 due to his condition. The show itself is well known for parodying pop culture, And this is true for the Simpsons games as well. One of the series' lesser-known games, Virtual Springfield, has a secret mini-am within the Quickie Mart. As a Pooh, the player must fight hoodlums using a broom, a shotgun, and an overpowered weapon. With its gibs and presentation, the mini-am is an obvious parody of Doom. Some of the games also reference movies. Krusty's Funhouse, for instance, has a p-back sideword system, with most p-back sidewords being the names of Simpsons characters. In the title Super Nintendo version, however, one of the p-back sidewords is Joshua, a reference to the Cold War hacking movie War Games. These parodies and references were taken to a new level in the 2000s. In 2005, EA acquired exclusive rights for the Simpsons license. The license acquisition was significant, as it was the first time Fox ever agreed to a long-term, exclusive Simpsons game deal. The Simpsons has always been known for its jabs at pop culture, but the new partnership gave rise to a plethora of possible game references. In an interview with Game Almighty, lead designer Greg Rizzer stated that he was excited to parody and poke fun at the industry. Unfortunately, not all game developers approved of their properties being parodied though. During the 2007 Games Convention in Leipzig, Rockstar wasn't happy with Grand Theft Scratchy posters being displayed while they showed off Grand Theft Auto 4. Rockstar ultimately asked EA to pull the posters down. In an interview with CVG, Rizzer commented, "I was always under the impression that when you do a parody, it's a sign of respect. If we make fun of Grand Theft Auto, we're not doing it to hurt the sales of Grand Theft Auto. We've definitely had some reactions. We've had to pull stuff from the game. However, other companies like Harmonix and Capcom embrace parodies such as Sitar Hero and Mega Molman X. The developers use regular Simpsons show writers Tim Long, Matt Selman, and Matt W. Burton to create over 8,000 lines of dialogue for the game." Rizzer referred to the Simpsons game as the first playable season of The Simpsons. While the game was the best received in the franchise, things took a sharp turn when EA released The Simpsons Tapped Out. Shortly after the title was released, it was pulled from the iOS App Store due to several problems. This included issues connecting to the servers, excessive bugs, and missing in-app purchases. As a premium game, Tapped Out received criticism for its exploitative revenue structure and lack of gameplay. The phenomenon of premium games led to them being mocked in a 2014 episode of South Park entitled "Premium Isn't Free," where the show's Terrence and Phillip app bears an uncanny resemblance to the layout of Tapped Out. The episode reveals the cycle of enticing players to spend real money to buy in-game currency in order to avoid waiting. Did you know, while Ape Escape is well known as the first PlayStation game to require the DualShock analog controller, it didn't actually start development that way. Creative producer Suzumu Takasuka stated in a promotional interview, "Just as we began development on design and concept of this game, we were invited to attend a development meeting for the DualShock analog controller. We were excited to see prototypes with 2 analog sticks. There weren't any games that existed at the time that used both sticks, and we were so intrigued by the new opportunities. The ideas just kept coming." The unconventional control scheme was the result of over 2 years of development. Executive producer Shuhei Yoshida stated that designing the controls was the biggest challenge. The game required an extensive amount of playtesting, and after all the changes, he was surprised to see how much of the original concept the team was able to retain. Shuhei Yoshida has been involved in many high-profile PlayStation games, including Gran Turismo, Parappa the Rapper, Crash Bandicoot, and God of War. During a Q&A at EGX 2015, Yoshida stated that Ape Escape was his favorite game to work on in terms of hands-on development. The iconic soundtrack of the game was composed by DJ and electronic music artist Suichi Tata. Ape Escape director Masamichi Sei was inspired by Tata's track Sumo Jungle and asked Tata to create the background music for the music game. Tata's style of music was uncommon in Japan at the time due to a ban on dancing that was enacted after World War II. Suichi Tata developed his musical taste DJing in small clubs, in odd locations where the music was played quietly and stop at midnight. Tata stated that he does not change his style when composing music for video games as opposed to composing music to release under his own label Far East Recordings. Ape Escape's game data contains some unused backsidettes that were likely from early builds of the game. These backsidettes are animated sprites for the cookies and t-shirt items, both of which are 3D models in the final version. The cookie, the graphic, has the word cockaroo on the front, which is the original Japanese name for Spike. The t-shirt has a different appearance than the final version, with horizontal stripes rather than a single vertical stripe, possibly indicating an earlier character design for the protagonist. Fans and Srelief himself Drunners have also discovered some unused behaviour relating to the p-backsiding cars in the television tower level. Using an infinite jump glitch with the slingshot item makes it possible to p-backside the barriers at the beginning of the level. If the usually unreachable cars beyond the barrier hit Spike, they kill him instantly. It's also possible to ride on the moving vehicles. The European version of Ape's Escape has unique anti-piracy measures that prevent pirated copies from moving past the main menu. Unfortunately, this means that European gamers are unable to play the PlayStation 1 disc on a PlayStation 3 as the software emulation sets off the anti-piracy checks. A wide range of references to pop culture and other video games can be found among the Ape Escape series. In the North American version of the first Ape Escape, the level Dark Ruins contains 4 monkeys with peculiar names: Stan, Kyle, Kenny, and Crapman, a reference to the 4 main characters from South Park. 2 different enemies from Ape Escape 2 were taken straight from the Japanese exclusive PlayStation 2 game Space Fisherman. One of the morph power-ups in Ape's Escape 3 references another television show. The Cyber Ace morph is based on Japanese Super Sentai heroes, otherwise known in North America as Power Rangers. In the European translation of Ape Escape 3, the morph is called Gatchaman, a reference to the Sentai anime Kagaku Ninja Tai Gotchaman. In Ape Escape 3, a mini-am can be unlocked that references Metal Gear Solid, called Massage Gear Solid, a portmanteau of metal and Sue, the Japanese word for monkey, and a reference to Ape Escape's Japanese title, Sue Get You. The mini-am features ACO Monkey, based on Snake, that uses a banana gun. The Monkey Key's mission is to rescue Snake, who is found at the end being tortured by ACO Monkey. Metal Gear Solid 3 returned the reference with a mini-game called Snake vs. Monkey. The game features Snake on a mission to rescue the same monkeys from Ape Escape. In the communication with the Colonel, Snake states, "If you want your monkeys, you better ask Kakeru or Hikaru." Kakeru and Hikaru, of course, are references to the Japanese names for Spike from Ape Escape and Jimmy from Ape's Escape 2. The Colonel also reveals that the professor from Ape's Escape worked with Otakon on his inventions. Snake must then go through several stages capturing people, monkeys, and he even has a victory dance at the end of a round. Other video games have references to Ape Escape as well. The disc-swapping game Monster Rancher 4 contains several versions of the people monkeys from Ape's Escape. These monsters are obtained by inserting copies of Ape Escape during Monster Rancher gameplay. The PlayStation exclusive Hot Shots Golf 4 contains a few unlockable PlayStation characters, one of which is a monkey, who can be used as a caddy in the Japanese and European versions of the game, Ratchet and Clank. Up Your Arsenal also contains a reference to Ape Escape. In the Japanese version of the game, entering a secret code unlocks a Peepo monkey costume for Ratchet. Several PlayStation games have also released DLC referencing Ape Escape. Little Big Plet 1, 2, and Carden features a monkey DLC costume for Sackboy. The survival game Tokyo Jungle also has DLC of a Peak Point helmet for the chimpanzees in the game. Over the years, the Ape Escape series has been adapted into 3 different animated series and 13 games, including spin-offs. Of these games, only 7 saw a North American release, and 8 were released in the PAL regions. In 2006, fan communities reacted to an ad placed in Famitsu magazine looking to hire a team for the new Ape Escape game. The ad indicated that the game was the 4th entry in the main series of games. Nothing was heard of the project after, but several spin-off games came along following the ad. Sony potentially teased a 4th game 10 years later in 2016, but no official announcement was made. At the beginning of the year, the PlayStation's official Japanese Twitter account posted an image of a monkey and stated 2016 Year of the Monkey. Today, Sony Computer Entertainment will begin working. Number Monkey, number Year of the Monkey. Unfortunately, no Ape Escape games were actually released in 2016. Did you know there was potentially going to be a 3rd Prince of Persia game directed by the series creator Jordan Mechner? The ending of Prince of Persia 2, The Shadow and the Flame, hints at a new villain who watched the prince progress through a crystal ball. However, after the development of Mechner's next game, The Last Express, Prince of Persia publisher Broband was acquired by the Learning Company. A new sequel began development, but with Mechner taking a less involved role as a consultant to the infamously and critically panned Prince of Persia 3D, and the new villain hinted at during the cliffhanger of Shadow and the Flame was never referenced again. The original Prince of Persia released in 1989 on the Apple II, and wowed players with its smooth rotoscoped animation. This was achieved by Mechner filming his brother doing acrobatic maneuvers outdoors in white clothing. He would then use the footage as a reference to create the game's various jumping, running, and fighting animations. Mechner also used some of his favorite movies as a visual reference, such as 1938's The Adventures of Robin Hood. Despite the game being a tremendous amount of work for one-man team, Mechner wanted the original package to be more ambitious, and laments cutting out a full-level editor. In an interview with Retro Gamer, Mechner said, "Part of my original plan for Prince of Persia was to include the level editor on the disc so players could create their own Prince of Persia levels, as Broabund had done with Lode Runner just a few years earlier. I spent months creating a fully featured user-friendly level editor, but in the end, the only person who got to enjoy using it was me, while the sprite design of the prince purposely kept his appearance simple." The various home ports of the original Prince of Persia changed his look significantly. This was because the ports were made by different developers from different cultures, several of which were Japanese teams. Most notably, the PC Engine port added a turbine and a more Aladdin-length vest to its design, a choice that Mechner liked as the design was adopted for Prince of Persia 2. The other Japanese-developed ports of Prince of Persia achieved a plethora of additional content, gameplay tweaks, and some questionable creative decisions. While the Sega Genesis port is mostly a faithful adaptation, the Super Nintendo version contains several more levels, an increased time limit, and completely redrawn graphics and cutscenes. One of Prince of Persia's more unusual ports is the Sega CD version, which included animated cutscenes and even voice acting. Ubisoft would ultimately acquire the rights to Prince of Persia and reboot the franchise with the critically acclaimed Sands of Time. Although Sands of Time is very robust, many of its ideas were left on the cutting room floor. The game has a level revolving around a private zoo crawling with sand creatures. But oddly, the only animals that appear are vultures and beetles. According to producer Janice Mallet in a Gamma Sutra post-mortem article, this section of the game was planned to have enemies such as sand, tigers, and other mythical creatures. However, these more complicated beast-like enemies would have been too cost-inefficient to implement and had to be cut before release. Much of the core team that worked on Sands at the time had extensive backgrounds working on titles for a younger audience, and according to director Patrice Dial, this inspired one of the game's most famous mechanics. While working on Donald Duck going quackers, Patrice proposed that instead of having to replay an entire level once the player dies, they should be able to rewind time and resume the game just before death. This good idea was dismissed at the time, but once Patrice was promoted to a director, this was one of the early gameplay hooks for Prince of Persia that evolved into the central mechanic of Sands of Time and has become synonymous with the franchise ever since. While the third game in Ubisoft's trilogy would be released in 2005 as Prince of Persia: The Two Thrones, there was actually an early prototype shown at E3 of the same year known as Kindred Blades, or simply Prince of Persia 3. While it shared some elements with Thrones, it had a variety of differences, including a less linear city to explore, more blood and gore, and various other changes. Most notably, both the prince and his evil doppelganger had different designs than what would appear in the final game, with the Dark Prince featuring striking white hair. The transformation process between the two forms was different as well, with the prince having to burn himself with fire, with the pain acting as a trigger into his more powerful alter ego. After finishing the Sands of Time, Patrice Dettel wanted to take the franchise in a different direction. He then instead pitched a concept called Pokémon: A Sleep Story. Pokémon fall asleep to the years. One notable instance was Prince of Persia 0 having a multitude of character art leaked at the start of 2008, which lessened the impact of its reveal 4 months later. Then in 2012, a screenshot appeared on Ubisoft's forums labelled Pop Zero Hero 2, which appeared to hint at a new unannounced sequel taking place in ancient Egypt. This was later discovered to be another project altogether called Osiris, which never had an official announcement before it was quietly cancelled. Although that project was put aside, Ubisoft did return to an ancient Egyptian setting of Aspac-Sidon's Creed Origins 5 years later. Then, in 2013, screenshots for another project labelled Character Action Platformer 2013 appeared on the website for developer Climax Studios. Due to the aesthetic of the title, many speculated that the game was a new installment in the Prince of Persia franchise. Climax Studio CEO Simon Garner quickly responded to the speculation, explaining that the screenshots were indeed from a prototype they made for Ubisoft, but this never really went any further. Gardner never mentioned Prince of Persia by name. Interestingly, Climax released the first in the Assassin's Creed Chronicles series in 2015, which happened to have very similar graphics and gameplay to those leaked screenshots. In 2004, Pirates of the Caribbean producer Jerry Bruckheimer acquired the film rights to the Prince of Persia franchise for Disney. Mechner had previously considered making an animated adaptation of the series, but couldn't refuse Bruckheimer and Disney's offer. Mechner was also hired to write the story for the film, which was then adapted into a screenplay by other writers, though the prince was unnamed in all of the games. Mir gave him the name Dastan for the film. He came across the name in a pack sidage in Furdis's Shamit while researching for the script. The pack sidage read, "I have named you Dastan, the trickster, and from now on you will be known by this name." Mecha liked this name so much that he decided to give the prince a name for the first time in 20 years. On the first day that Jordan Mechner met with Jake Gyllenhaal, the lead actor for the film adaptation, Gyllenhaal informed Mechner of another meaning of the name. In Persian, Dastan can also mean story, which Mechner felt was even more appropriate for the character and the narrative. Mir was given an executive producer credit and got "them can't speak a word of Japanese." Google Translate and other computer programs are notoriously horrendous when it comes to translating Japanese, and even if they weren't horrendous, most fans wouldn't even know where to look for the information they want to read about. Japanese magazines, books, websites, newspapers. It's simply not practical, so fans are left with no choice but to put their trust in games journalists, Reddit users, and various other internet strangers to find and translate all the Japanese gaming news that's fit to print. But sometimes these translations are actually mistranslations that spread misinformation and create controversy. So in today's video, we're going to look at 4 mistranslation controversies heard around the world and find out what the developers actually said. First on our list is Junichi Masuda, the Pokémon series director who's ruffled quite a few feathers throughout his career. From the Azure Flute controversy to the egg hatching debacle and the Bayleaf backlash, the man's received his fair share of criticism over the years. In fact, we could probably fill an entire video with nothing but Masuda controversies, but we'll save that for another day. In the quote we're highlighting in this video, he didn't actually say what news sites reported. In July 2018, Masuda sat down for an interview with Japanese magazine Famitsu to discuss a wide range of topics about the upcoming release of Let's Go, Pikachu, and Eevee. Soon after, a popular fan site called Centro Pokémon published an article translating parts of the interview into Spanish, which said Masuda was removing wild battles from the game because, quote, "some players find it difficult to catch Pokémon with the traditional mechanics of the main series. So, he switched to the Pokémon Go style to make catching more accessible." A few hours later, a fan translated and summarized the Spanish article into English and posted it on the Rita forums, where fans were horrified that Masuda had such a low estimation of his own fans' intelligence. Word quickly spread to Twitter, and that's when people really started to get upset. Outlets like My Nintendo News immediately picked up on the story, and before the day was over, an angry mum of Pokémon fans were outraged that Masuda was cutting wild battles in order to appease small children who were incapable of grasping the series' most basic mechanics. However, that's not what Maseda actually said in the interview. The next day, Nintendo Everything posted an accurate translation of the quote. Masa says he thought of the previous system as similar to fishing, while the new system was more like catching bugs with a net. Wild battles were getting cut, but it wasn't because he thought his fans were idiots. It was really more about trying something new and trying to build a bridge between longtime fans and all the new fans drawn in by Pokémon Go. Some people still didn't like his decision, but at least they didn't feel insulted about why the decision was made in the first place. A few websites that amplified the mistranslation later updated their articles with the corrected language, but a lot of fans never heard about those updates. As the old saying goes, a lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is putting on its shoes. In this case, no one lied intentionally. It was really just a case of poor fact-checking. But regardless, much of the damage was already done. Next on our list is a misquote of Final Fantasy VII's director Tetsuya Nomura. About a year before Final Fantasy VII, a remake was finished, Nomura sat down for an interview with Japanese magazine Weekly Famitsu. Soon afterwards, Eurogamer published a summary translation that read in part, "It was necessary to restrict her chest," Nora says in the interview, but as the ethics department pointed out, Tifa shouldn't look, quote, unnatural during action scenes, so her chest was, quote, restricted. Eurogamer's article got a lot of attention on social media, so Polygon wrote an article of their own that backsided its readers. I'm not here to tell you that worries over Tifa's chest size are a sound discussion, because they aren't. If the Mortal Kombat 11 debacle surrounding chest taught us anything, it's that people are really attached to big boobs, no matter what the context. Similar articles made their way onto news sites like Gamerat, Metro UK, and The Gamer, with each version of the story getting clickbaitier and clickbaitier as time went on, eventually to the point where they were claiming that Square Enix ethics department had forced Tifa's designer to shrink her boobs. A trail of YouTube reaction videos followed in their wake, and of course, folks on Twitter had opinions they wanted to share as well. The whole debacle played out exactly as you'd expect, with some fans saying it's inappropriate for an ethics department to impose their own will on character artists, while other fans called those fans a bunch of basement-dwelling neckbeards. And naturally, some people just wanted to see big boobs. A couple days later, a Japan-based YouTuber named Gaijin Hunter went on Twitter to try and calm things down. He re-ransated the part of the interview that set the internet on fire, with the important part being that when asked about Tifa's large bust, Nomura said the ethics department requested they make sure her top wasn't loose. What really been said in Japanese wasn't about restricting her chest or shrinking her boobs. It was actually about making her clothing secure. What's more, Nomura clearly stated that Tifa's silhouette was exactly the same between her original design and her final design. No shrinkage had actually taken place. To be fair to Eurogamer, the original translation about restricting Tifa's chest wasn't horrendously wrong. It was just unclear and easily misunderstood. It was all the other news sites whose trains went completely off the tracks. In the end, Tifa's chest size wasn't much different. In the remake, with the exception of a few PS1 cutscenes where they were larger than her in-game model and artwork. Next up, we've got Masahiro Sakurai, the esteemed creator of the Super Smash Bros. Franchise. For context, It's also important to note that Sakurai also created the Kirby series in his late teenage years. In November 2018, more than 14 million fans tuned in to watch the trailer for Smash Ultima's new World of Light campaign. They watched on as gallium vaporized fan favorites like Samus, Link, Bowser. Not even Pikachu was spared. At the end of the trailer, only one character managed to survive, and of course, it was Kirby. Out of all 74 characters, it just so happened to be a tiny pink puffball who was going to turn the tides and save the world from Gallium's wrath. Fans accused Sakurai of being biased in favor of his own creation, and those accusations came to a crescendo a few weeks later when Sakurai addressed the situation in his bi-weekly Famitsu column. Just a few months earlier, Nintendo Everything rode in to save the day on that Masuda quote. But the situation played out a little differently this translation that showed Sakurai wasn't admitting bias. He was predicting that's what some fans were going to backside Doom, while also denying bias was the reason Kirby survived the backside acre. Here's the full text, with the key words being, "So why did I choose Kirby? It must be because you created the Kirby series. I thought you might say that. But from a game design perspective, and based on process of elimination, Kirby was the obvious choice. Only a vehicle that could defy the laws of physics would actually work." He goes on to later explain that Bayonetta or Palutena could translation that showed Sakurai wasn't admitting bias. He was predicting that's what some fans were going to backside Doom, while also denying bias was the reason Kirby survived the backside acre. Here's the full text with the keywords being, "So why did I choose Kirby? It must be because you created the Kirby series. I thought you might say that. But from a game design perspective, and based on process of elimination, Kirby was the obvious choice. Only a vehicle that could defy the laws of physics would actually work." He goes on to later explain that Bayonetta or Palutena could have also conceivably escaped. But World of Light only needs to start with one character. Kirby has a simpler moveset that's easier for beginners, so for the sake of game design, Kirby as the sole survivor objectively made the most sense. Now, while some outlets eventually cover the full translation, a lot of the earlier articles based on the mistranslation were never corrected. Kirby undoubtedly has a special place in Sakurai's heart, but he made a pretty good case for his starring role in the World of Light. So, it's probably not entirely fair to say his decision was motivated by personal bias. You guys remember that time Sega said Nintendo's just for little kids? In our final story, we're going to talk about Toshihiro Nagoshi, the chief creative officer of Sega as well as the producer of the Yakuza series. To celebrate the company's 60th anniversary in 2020, Sega Europe conducted an interview with Nagoshi and posted it on their YouTube channel with English subtitles. About 12 minutes into the half-hour video, Nagoshi appears to throw some shade at Sega's old rival Nintendo, saying, quote, "I think even now the Nintendo platform is still a game console that is played by a wide range of age groups. But basically, I think it's hardware for kids and teens. Now, only a few thousand people watch the video, but the quote went viral after a Yakuza fan site called Tojo Dojo went on Twitter and shortened the quote to, 'Nintendo hardware is for kids and teens.' Sega fans and Nintendo haters memed on it pretty hard, and more than a few Nintendo fans got salty and returned fire with some shade of their own. Nintendo news sites called Win of the Drama and ran the shortened quote as headlines, plugging their articles back onto Twitter and adding more fuel to the flames. And yeah, by now, you probably already know what happened next. YouTubers reacted, Redditors talked trash, and survivors of the great Sega versus Nintendo console war picked up their rusty old weapons and jumped back into battle. This time it wasn't a fan-run news site. It was Sega themselves guilty of poor translation. The next day, Gadget Hunter had to go on Twitter and try to cool things down again, pointing out that full quote wasn't as hostile as the shortened version, and that a more accurate translation should have read, Nintendo's platform has and continues to be played by a wide range of age groups, but I think in general, their hardware is strong when it comes to kids and teens. So yeah, some folks on Twitter still considered it an insult, but Gaia-Gen back-suggered them there was nothing in the original Japanese that suggested Nagoshi was being hostile or condescending whatsoever. And besides, the full clip shows that Nagoshi was actually talking about Super Monkey Ball, the first Sega game ever released on Nintendo console, which Nagoshi himself created 2 decades earlier. The fact that he's a Yakuza guy and those games were imported to the Switch had absolutely nothing to do with it. So yeah, Sega's non-ideal translation and the way it was taken out of context for clickbait made it sound like he was dismissing Nintendo consoles as just for kids, when all he really said was people of all ages love Nintendo and they've been especially successful with the younger generation. A few news sites reported the correct translation, but a lot of console war combatants never heard the real story, and rumor has it that some of them are still out there fighting even to this day. Now, before we wrap things up, we just want to say that most of the news sites we talked about in this video act in good faith and report the news responsibly every single day. Nobody's perfect. We've made mistakes. Mainstream news makes mistakes. Everyone makes mistakes. But you know how it goes. Sometimes mistakes slip through the cracks and take on a life of their own. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, here's some advice for journalists and viewers alike. Next time you see the internet catch fire over an interview translation, and take a moment to consider the source before deciding whether to join in or not. Who knows? Maybe you'll still want to, or maybe not. We're not your dads. Do whatever you want. At the end of the day, we don't really care, honestly. The year is 2013. It's the year of The Last of Us. Grand Theft Auto 5 has just been released for the first time of many, and a new generation of home consoles is beckoning. Retailers are optimistic about the new systems in spite of recent hardships as players increasingly switch to buying online. For Game, the UK's leading video game retail chain, the past 2 years have been particularly difficult. 2012 saw them entering administration and closing an enormous 277 stores nationwide, leaving over 2,100 people out of work. The upcoming consoles are expected to provide a much-needed revenue boost, but the company is looking for all the help it can get to stand out from their competitors. As the crucial holiday season approaches, they need something big and bold. Enter a marketing campaign designed to turn heads and send stomachs churning in equal measure. Launched originally in December 2013, the Christmas tin was a spoof food product from Game. The premise was that this was Christmas dinner in a can for gamers. 9 layers of festive goodness squashed into a single tin. Can't spare even 10 minutes of gaming time to eat a Christmas meal of your family, you socially inept wretch? Well, Game has just the thing for you. It's got egg and bacon, minced pies, turkey and potatoes, gravy, bread sauce, cranberry sauce, broccoli with stuffing, roast carrots and parsnips, and then rounding out the luncheon with Christmas pudding at the bottom. After being unleashed upon the world in time for the holidays, the Christmas tin became a phenomenon of sorts, quickly spreading beyond the niche confines of the game's media. It was talked about on the radio, featured in newspapers, on daytime television. It was even mentioned on Saturday Night Live in the US. Despite all of this attention, however, there was one big question that hung in the air, and it's one there is still disagreement about online to this day. Was Christmas tin even real to begin with? Some say it was just a marketing stunt. Others claim to have genuinely owned one. The further I looked into this, eager to never miss an opportunity to disparage video games and those who play them, quickly latched onto the story and dutifully spread the word. It went global, and the Christmas tin became known the world over. Game.co.uk was hammered with requests as shoppers searched for the elusive vessels of Yuletide sludge, but the site was not forthcoming. They remained out of stock indefinitely. Did games severely underestimate the demand? Was it never available to begin with? Well, that depends who you ask, because there are a number of people online who have claimed to have gotten their hands follows. My friend works for Game, but he can't get hold of any more cans, which I can't understand. They seem to make a few, then decide not to make any. All a bit weird, as I think it would have took off. For what it's worth, there is some circumstantial evidence to support Stevie's story. In December 2013, Glenn Tickle, an inquisitive writer for the Mary Sue, spoke to him about it. At the time, he claimed to have bought it from a game branch in Basingstoke, in the south of England. Now, not only is game basing follows. My friend works for Game, but he can't get hold of any more cans, which I can't understand. They seem to make a few, then decide not to make any. All a bit weird, as I think it would have took off. For what it's worth, there is some circumstantial evidence to support Stevie's story. In December 2013, Glenn Tickle, an inquisitive writer for the Mary Sue, spoke to him about it. At the time, he claimed to have bought it from a game branch in Basingstoke in the south of England. Now, not only is game Basingstoke real, part of the original press release noted that they were given some cans in a trial run. The store used to have a Twitter account, which did claim to have gotten a small shipment of them that quickly sold out. Just a day after it launched, they said, "We are currently out of Christmas tin. Sorry, relieve himselfs." Commenters expressed their disappointment. I was just on my way to pick up a tin as well. To continue with our history lesson though, the holiday season of 2013 came and went, but the legend of Christmas Tinner lived on. Every year, as we approached the festive season, memes about it would start doing the rounds on social media, and Stevie's video would experience an influx of views for half a decade. Come Christmas time, people check game sites, hoping in vain to procure a can for themselves. It never happens, but a whole 6 years later, Tina is finally put back on the menu. December 2019 sees the product being unexpectedly revived with a new twist alongside the original version of vegan and vegetarian options. The relaunch receives, at least in games media circles, a little more pushback, not because for a second time around the Christmas tin went viral in no time. The newspapers ran with it again. It was mentioned on daytime chat shows. Even Stephen Colbert talked about it. Roast carrots and parsnips and Christmas pudding. And if you eat your way all the way to the bottom, there's a special prize confronting what you've become. Given the size at which this ballooned too, You might expect that there were at least some examples of the public trying the product this time round. Not so. Once again, none of them seem to be found, and not because for a second time around the Christmas tin went viral in no time. The newspapers ran with it again. It was mentioned on daytime chat shows. Even Stephen Colbert talked about it. Roast carrots and parsnips and Christmas pudding. And if you eat your way all the way to the bottom, there's a special prize confronting what you've become. Given the size at which this ballooned to, you might expect that there were at least some examples of the public trying the product this time round. Not so. Once again, none of them seem to be found in the wild. No YouTube taste tests or solid evidence they were a real product you could actually buy. On top of that, the Christmas Tour product page on Game's website perpetually listed the item as out of stock. It was then that I decided to reach out to people I knew who had interacted with the tin phenomenon in some fashion, and one of the first people I spoke to was Dave Aubrey, a game journalist from the UK. Dave was writing about games when the Christmas Tiny launched in 2019, and at the time, he tweeted that he had reached out to Game in an attempt to obtain a tin for a piece he was writing. He had intended to try it out and report on his findings in a courageous and important act of journalism. I followed up with him to talk turkey. Quote, "Ooh, now this is a throwback. I remember this, but I never actually managed to get one. I believe Game PR at the time had a few they were giving out, but I'm not sure it was ultimately anything more than a PR stunt." An interesting summation, with sentiments echoed by the next person I spoke to. Ryan Brown is a games industry veteran who worked at Game in the mid-2010s. While his time there didn't coincide with EVA launch, I still valued his input. He was fairly adamant that the Tinder was nothing more than a festive facade. My understanding was it wasn't real, just a marketing gimmick that worked so well they recycled the exact same marketing campaign for several years. They probably made a few for marketing purposes, but certainly 100% wasn't an actual proper thing, just a marketing bit. It's at this point in the video that I imagine a lot of people watching will be thinking the same thing as I did. Christmas tin is obviously not real. This was a stunt to luring customers to a struggling business. But before we reach any conclusions, I want to first emphasize how widespread the idea was that this thing was absolutely legit. It is not an exaggeration to say that the overwhelming majority of comments on posts about the tour were written in the earnest belief that it was real. In the replies to Game, on Twitter, on YouTube videos about it, on articles, they're all dominated by people who at some point had sincerely bought into it, and in many cases wanted to experience it for themselves. I even found a video from the PR firm Game hired in 2013, and the comments are almost entirely comprised of angry customers seething about not being able to get their hands on it. It's a reflection, I think, of how universally the Christmas tin was taken at face value by the wider media. In almost all of the coverage, from television to newspaper articles, you will struggle to find even the faintest whiff of skepticism. Everyone wanted to believe that this story was real, and it's not hard to see why. Setting aside for a moment the simple comic value of this whole thing, from a media standpoint, here was a pre-packaged story with all the trimmings. It didn't require paying anyone to follow up or research anything. It may well have basically been an advertisement, but that is the transaction a lot of outlets are willing to make for a quick and easy story like this, which is likely to perform well. You don't need to know anything about video games, or even like them to form an opinion. the true origins of Christmas Ter, and finally get some answers. I tracked down the man behind Christmas Tina himself, who gave me the scoop, although thankfully not of the product itself. It's August 2013. Chris Godfrey is a student attending Kingston University in England, where he's studying graphic design. It's there during work on his dissertation that Chris creates his original cursed concoction. He calls it the all-in-one. It was a 12-course meal of varied cuisines and flavours, reduced to mush and packed tightly into a single tin. Included was a cheese course, ravioli, French onion, soup, ribeye, steak, and pie with ice cream. But a commercial product, this was not. It was actually more of an art piece. Chris made the all-in-one as a satirical commentary on consumerism and the UK government's policies of austerity, which were barreling down on working people. The designer was interviewed by Kingston University for an article, and from there, word spread of his invention. Design websites began covering it. It was featured on the television show Gadget Man with Richard Ayoade, and it wasn't long until it caught the eye of a marketing creative named Mark Perkins. Mark served as a him realize it. During my research for this video, I found various theories as to what degree the substance seen in the photos was real, with a few skeptics suggesting it was a CGI render. In actuality, it was entirely real. As Mark explained to me, Chris Godfrey made 4 batches of the food product for a day of photography. He was up all night doing it, extremely time-consuming, and the layers were held together by gelatin, which gave it that smooth, glossy look. Because it was gelatin, it would collapse after a while at room temperature. That's right, the OG Christmas tin was made by hand by a single man. Several tins of real Christmas tin substance did exist. It really did consist of the foods described in the press release. Godfrey made it by blending and boiling the various courses down into a paste before encasing it in gelatin like cat food. But was this Christmas concoction ever truly for sale to the public in any capacity? As for the 2013 edition at least, Mark gave me an emphatic no. It was a skillfully crafted hoax, a publicity stunt turned urban myth. Having said that, there remains one loose end. What about Stevie Jacko's video in which he purports to review the product? Well, shortly after I spoke to Stevie, his story began to fall apart like warm Christmas tin. What first tipped me off was the can in the video. Not only is the colour slightly different from the packaging in the promo shots, there is a noticeable lack of nutritional information, something the UK government requires to be printed on food products like this. I asked Stevie to clarify which department of game he obtained it from. He told me that his source had worked in distribution but was no longer at the company. Quote, "I should not have got hold of a can as my friend took it from one of the offices without asking." A seemingly reasonable explanation on the surface of it, but I had finally caught Stevie in a contradiction because, without realizing it, he had changed his story. Remember when he spoke to the Mary Sue in 2013? He had told them that he had purchased his tin from a shop in Basingstoke. Eventually, when I got in interact with Mark Perkins, he was able to put the matter to rest for good. As for the tins with the branding and design, we made maybe a dozen to capture a point of sale shot in a dummy game store at head office. Anyone who got hold of one would be sorely disappointed if they expected a multi-layered Christmas dinner within. We bought a load of tins of beans, removed the wrapping, and put our Christmas tin design over the can. Anyone claiming to have got hold of a tin of Christmas tea is on a flight of fancy. What I will say, though, is that I don't think Stevie had any ill intent behind his deception. It was a prank, a good one, that has fooled thousands upon thousands of people over the best part of a decade. Clearly, making a Christmas tin that convincing must have taken some effort, and it paid off. The actual 2013 Christmas tin cans were disposed of in the aftermath of the campaign. According to Mark, well, save for a couple, he revealed to me that he had rescued one of the only surviving tins as a memento, which now has pride of place in his study. As for Chris Godfrey, by the way, he went on to create this. Yes, really. The architect of the Christmas tin is the same person behind the world record egg, the most liked Instagram photo of all time. So, there you have it. That is the truth behind the original Christmas dinner. It was a real substance, but not a real product. This was a festive ruse that succeeded in what it set out to do: fool the public into visiting game site and stores. MHP claims that sales almost doubled over the previous year in December 2013 when the Tina launched. It was a similar situation for the 2019 version. A small handful were made for marketing purposes, but once again, it was never for sale. Contrary to popular belief, the marketing firm in charge of that year's efforts was Rise at 7, and it was made primarily to get people browsing Game's website. People searching for Christmas tin on Google would find GameSite prominently displayed in the results. Click through and find a product page with it out of stock. However, the description was designed to subtly direct visitors towards a product they could buy. The Christmas tin is back. A 3-course meal in a tin for those hardcore gamers that don't want to leave their gaming chair on Christmas Day. That's right. It was all an elaborate ploy to sell gaming chairs, and by all accounts, it worked. Rise 7 claims it increased Game's brand awareness and traffic by a notable margin. In the air since it was first revealed, the term continued to be talked about. Game didn't stop referencing it, and many people have even attempted to make their own. Real or not, its legacy is undeniable. I had just one question left. Has anyone ever actually eaten an official Christmas tea? In the case of the 2013 one, Mark Perkins shared that only one person braved it in the end. A social media staffer at MHP named Greg Power, who doubled as one of the models seen in the original promo shots. No footage of the undertaking exists, but Greg is said to have been left feeling queasy by the ordeal. Mark also told me that UK daytime chat show this morning had reached out to him, offering to have one of their presenters do the honours too. Quote, "The producer called, saying Holly wants to try it on. I would have gone for it, but my boss went nuts in case she got food poisoning and we had to refuse. In hindsight, killing Holly Willoughby with a contaminated tin of Christmas dinner would have been a bad career move." As for the 2019 version, on the other hand, one of Rise 7's employees named Mark Ruffy did in fact finally provide a legitimate taste test video. The verdict: taste my feet. Hello and welcome to Did You Know Gaming Extra. Today we'll be looking at the real-time strategy series Anno. We'll be covering some exclusive behind-the-scenes trivia, Christmas tea. In the case of the 2013 one, Mark Perkins shared that only one person braved it in the end. A social media staffer at MHP named Greg Power, who doubled as one of the models seen in the original promo shots. No footage of the undertaking exists, but Greg is said to have been left feeling queasy by the ordeal. Mark also told me that UK daytime chat show This Morning had reached out to him, offering to have one of their presenters do the honours to, quote, "The producer called saying Holly wants to try it on courtesy of this video sponsor Ubisoft. The ANO series has a long history spanning some 20 years across 6 core titles and several spin-offs. ANO 1800, the latest entry in the series, is on the horizon. So before this game releases, we're taking a look at some interesting trivia from the series. ANO was originally developed by Max Designs and was seen as a competitor to the popular civilization building series, The Settlers. Interestingly, Settlers developer Blue Byte would go on to develop every mainline ANO title from 2009 onwards, taking the reins of a series that was made to combat their own franchise. This is because Ubisoft not only bought Blueby in 2001, but also acquired the ANO license in 2007. Since Blue Byte were already intimately familiar with the genre, Ubisoft tasked them with helping to create the next installment of ANO, which was released in 2009. Ubisoft would then merge Related Designs into Blue Byte, the two teams who'd worked alongside each other to develop the games under Ubisoft. This put the Settlers development studio completely in charge of working on both ANO and the Settlers series. The first 2 entries in the ANO series were created prior to Related Designs' involvement, who seemed to be somewhat superstitious. The team at Related Designs acknowledged that while each of the ANO games is named after the time-female condition it's based on, each of the digits within these dates add up to 9. The team was surprised to find that this wasn't the original intention of the series creators. However, the studio decided to keep the trend going as they believed that it would be a bad omen to change it. Ubisoft sent us to Gamescom to speak with the series creative director, Dirk Regat, who began working on the series with ANO 701 as lead game designer. He revealed that at the time he hadn't worked on a game at all before then. I was just arriving in the games world, so I'd never done a game before. And back in those times it was like, well, have you done this before? Number, do you think you can do it? Sure. Well, great. You got the job. You are the lead designer. To make sure their product was close to the design of the first 2 entries, Dirk requested all documentation relating to the original games. He waited weeks before,
realizing that they already had everything after he was given copies of the games, and was told to simply play them. The original team was of a relatively small size and made up of only those who could program. Because of this, many of the original games mechanics were simply programmed, shown to the rest of the team, and committed to the release without any notes or documentation to divulge how they were. To try and make this 3rd entry as close to the original games as possible, the team reverse-engineered the initial 2 titles. Proud of their work,
the team had the original developers come in to see how closely they had recreated their code, to which they learned they had implemented designs entirely differently. They were told that there was no point in changing it to match the original series. However, as the player would unlikely notice the changes at all, the ANO series is littered with Easter eggs. The credit sequence of ANO 1404 features various characters found within the game, speaking on their experience within the game as though they were performing like actors, making statements like the player clicks, the light goes on, my picture appears, and it's all or nothing. After the credits end, a video is played from inside the development studio, introducing everybody who'd worked on the game alongside their role. In ANO, 2070. The Atlas ship is possibly named in reference to the ancient Greek titan of the same name. The name is fitting as the ship holds aircraft, while the ancient Greek titan was condemned to hold up the sky for eternity. The game contains other references in its achievements. If the player names their city Neo-Tokyo, they will receive the achievement Canada. This is in reference to the lead character of the film Akira, as well as the name of the city Akira is based in. Naming the player's submarines Holy Diver will give them the achievement Ride the Tiger, a line from Dio's hit 80s song of the same name. Similarly, naming one of the submarines Yellow will unlock the achievement LA. I can only apologize for that. An automatopoeic spelling of the chorus of the popular Beatles track Yellow Submarine. By spending 10 minutes with the camera view underwater, the player will unlock the achievement Can Hold His Breath for 10 minutes. This is in reference to
Monkey Island, specifically Guybrush Streetwood's ability to hold his breath underwater for 10 minutes. The time female condition of ANO 1800 was actually discussed during the development of ANO 404, but the team didn't feel as though they would be able to do the female condition justice at the time. After 1404, the team took to the future, creating a game in the female condition of 2070. This lended them the confidence that they would be able to make a game set in the 1800s properly. And thus, the latest game was born. Extra. Today's episode is a spooktacular special.
what defines horror? A sense of unease, the abnormal, the downright spooky. Well, games are full of scares ranging from morbid jokes to unexplained creepy glitches and Easter eggs. Beaver and Butthead in Virtual Stupidity is a point-and-click PC game released in 1995 and ported to the original PlayStation in Japan in 1998. The game centers around Beavers and Butthead attempting to get into Todd's gang by completing various tasks in Highland, Texas. Like most point-and-click games at the time, it isn't possible to die during the game. However, there is one particularly gruesome Easter egg that does allow the player to do so. In the bathroom of the coffee shop found during the sperm whale's mission. If the player proceeds to click the foot icon on all 3 screws of the broken mirror, then the skull drawn on the side of the stall, a secret cutscene will trigger, but will pull out a weapon, say, "Fuck you, Beaver," and shoot bees in the head, dumb backside. Another spooky Easter egg comes from the PC game Carmageddon 3 TDR 2000. The game centers around the player racing and smashing other cars up and killing pedestrians. This is much like the film Death Race 2000, to which the original game was meant to be a sequel. In the game, it's possible for the tide to turn on the murderous player. If the player uses the kangaroo on command to power up at the north end of the map, they're able to climb a rock wall and find a secret tunnel. When driving down the tunnel, the player will be met with a message stating, "Frigin kangaroo on command. Freak." Turning back will show another large message blocking the player, reading, "Now you are stuck, sucker," trapping the player from escaping,
Forcing them to restart their game. Bethesda are infamous for the numerous glitches in their games, including some pretty weird ones. Possibly one of the creepiest examples of this can be found in the Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Throughout the game, there are mannequins that can be used to hang up spare equipment. A number of players have experienced a glitch, which causes these models to adopt the NPC AI. This has led to some spooky moments. such as having the mannequin's gaze follow the player and sometimes even freely walk around. A Reddit user discovered another pretty shocking Easter egg.
In the 1999 N64 port of California's Relief himself, when racing on the Mojave Desert track, the player p-backsides by a billboard with a troubling message plastered across it. Sometimes God takes mummies and puppies away, and sometimes, just sometimes, I do. The texture sparked interest as to how and why this was included in the game, with some theorizing that a disgruntled employee slipped the message into the E-rated game. It wasn't until 18 years after the game's release that the truth behind it was revealed. Randall Rigdon, writing for Pop Optic, reached out to the game's developers for answers. It turns out the billboard was not necessarily intentional and was a byproduct of the outrageous crunch time on porting the game to the console. Developer Morgan God said, "Unfortunately, as we were in a tight situation to even get the most basics of the game stood up on the N64, we didn't have anything handy or relevant to put on the billboards. So I plugged in a placeholder backside billboard texture, so __stupid. There would be no way it could possibly be confused for a real shipping backside eat. This backside eat was obviously mistakenly left in
The tech support button, reminiscent of a cross between Doom and the Windows 95 3D screensaver. The player navigates a mysterious and eerie maze, and ultimately comes face to face with a room full of developers staring back at them. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we'll be looking at one of the sequels to the arcade CL Backsideic Outrun. In Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, if the player hangs around at the starting line after the race has begun, the flagman will start stretching. After stretching, the flagman will also do a dance.
The tech support button, reminiscent of a cross between Doom and the Windows 95 3D screensaver. The player navigates a mysterious and eerie maze, and ultimately comes face to face with a room full of developers staring back at them. And now it's time for this episode's random piece of trivia. Today we'll be looking at one of the sequels to the arcade Backsideic Outrun. In Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast, if the player hangs around at the starting line after the race has begun, the flagman will start stretching. After stretching, the flagman will also do a dance. He'll either do a spin on his head or start to do the moonwalk. Hey everybody, this is Liam here. I hope you're all doing well. It's time for another Elite Beat Agents video. About 2 years ago, I spoke to a developer who worked on the game, Robert Otterick. Robert was a programmer on Elite Beat Agents, and it went on to the sequel to its Japanese counterpart. Snippets of this chat have been seen in other videos I've done before, such as my documentary for Dino Gaming on the history of Elite Beat Agents and the Ouenden series. So, if you're interested in those games, definitely check that out first. We had a long conversation which unfortunately got cut off about halfway through due to a power cut. However, as a fan of these games, it was still really fun for me to chat to him. A bit of background. It was about 4 AM here. I was trying to be very quiet to respect my neighbours, and I was pretty exhausted. But Robert is such a nice guy, and he humoured pretty much every question I threw at him, no matter how dumb it was. So,
It was a very informal chat. Definitely not a professional interview or anything. I asked people on Twitter if they wanted to see some more of it, and so here it is. A developer from Elite Agents answering my dumb fan questions at 4 in the morning. We joined the talk as I've just asked him what is the nature of the energy blast that comes out of the Elite Beat agents and the people in that game. Not the best question, I guess, but we had been talking for a while and sometimes, you just ask.
Random things when you have the opportunity. So, please enjoy. I swear some of it is interesting. Yeah. So, I think we were talking about the process for how we put it together, some of the story stuff, I think. Yes, sure. We trying to figure out what is the energy blast that comes out of a leaping agent. But my summation is that it's still key because we don't have a literal word for it in English. We just kind of dodged around that. Yeah, but it's encouragement. It's spirit. Again, because the stories were written first in Japanese and then translated over. They kept a lot of that same style and spirit. In case you're wondering, in Japanese, yeah, the text is still too fast for anyone to read. No one reads that fast in Japanese either. They're just I can't tell what's going on. I can't read that fast. Don't worry. That's same for everyone. Yeah. I've always kind of liked that because it sort of encourages repeated plays. Even in Elite Beat agents, that's one way to encourage replay. Oh, we have a visitor. We do. Kitty Cat wanted to say hi. Say hi, Misha. Oh, now you're silent. Okay. Hi, Misha. Speaking of cats, there are a lot of cats in these games, in Wendon and Elite Beat agents, and I've always been curious about that because it seems like the same cat recurs throughout all the games, just about. Oh, yep, it is pretty much the same cat. There might
Maybe some back of the envelope lore. Connect them together. I think it at some point Umemed might have said that the cat that's in the movie, it really is supposed to be like that cat, and he might have something the cat is it was actually the director's cat or something, but I don't know. Okay. Sure. I think there was something in Medicine's heart regarding the nature of the cat and everything else. Right. Okay. Before it got cut off, we were talking about songs that
didn't make it in the game, and you mentioned Journey was one that was discussed. Yeah, that was one. But basically, when one of the planners said hey, who'd be a great artist to have in this song? I said Journey would be. I think it was specific. What should we have for our last song? Who'd be a good artist for the last one? I'm Journey. He's Journey. So that's the one that I most distinctly remember. Yeah. I always thought Jum and Jack Flash is a pretty interesting choice because that's not a very fast song, right? It was totally reimagined for Elite Beat agents. Yeah, I always thought that was an inspired choice. It was it. I wonder how you guys made that leap in logic to go with that song in particular and not something I don't know, Dragon Force or whatever fast song you could think of. Well, Dragon Force, but they weren't really
big at that point. I don't. Yeah, I just random. I know what you mean. Yeah, I'm not sure what the process that led to that. How exactly that decision stream came about. In terms of songs that maybe were discussed, one that I had heard a rumor about from a Nintendo source was that a Guns N' Roses song might have been in the talks at some point or another. Do you remember anything about that? I didn't hear anything about that. It would have been
really cool. Okay. Okay. Yeah, there. I think it was, if I remember correctly. The rumor was that Welcome to the Jungle was one that was talked about, maybe, and I have no idea how far along this got, right? But it got, I don't know, onto like a potential list if it reached NOA, you know? Yeah, I think we had actually a pretty big list that we sent them because I kind of remember there being a little bit of, you know, a sort of like rending of the cloth sort of a little bit of like, oh man, kind of agony over a lot of songs that we weren't able to get. Okay, you know, so I kind of vaguely remember that being around there. It's maybe like it was like Yana-san and the producer was talking about Haraguchi, maybe talking to each other and just be like, oh, we couldn't get that. Like, well, really wanted to have that, you know. So we've talked about songs that were cut, quote unquote, you know. Well, Living La Vita Loca, you said was intended to be match up with one of the scenarios from like the first levels in the game, possibly the movie director guy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the movie director one. Okay, yeah. I do remember having like some long markers that would just like da 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 da. You can imagine da 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 right there in times with like the da 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 Leah. It felt really good. So that was really built into the game, wasn't it? I don't know if it would, how many sort
Of quality p-back sides we had done on it at that time. Like, we tended to rework charts a lot. Okay, we'd rework charts, story art a lot. I remember like for Owenden too, like I remember like seeing some of the art had, changed completely from like previous versions. There's a lot of times where we did like retakes and redraw in order to make things just look that much better. Remember like some of the bits with like if you play the game with the cheerleaders and like the
one scene that where there's like the hot bath. I think that got redrawn several times in general to make it a little bit sexier. Oh really? Somehow we figured out we could get away with it. That's interesting. I was playing that the other day and I thought, wow, that is particularly risque for a Nintendo game. 'Cause you straight up, I think the girl is topless and he's got the nice sexy back thing. Everything going on there. Like, I'm amazed what they let us do. If I remember correctly, you covered the chests with the gap in the butt, but yeah. We've talked about songs that were cut, but were there any, say, scenarios, stories that didn't make the cut? Because when I heard that Live La Vita Loca was cut, I always imagined for whatever reason there might have been a separate scenario for it or something like that. Or was it just, you shuffle the songs around? Occasionally we'd like shuffle the order of songs kind of in terms of dramatic tension. At some point I think I do remember Yana-san like kind of putting out open requests for like more stage ideas, and I think pretty much every stage idea that everyone came up with, he looked at like, yeah, that's not nearly crazy enough. Yeah. So I don't know that anything that like the standard staff suggested was quite insane enough for this world. I do remember there were a couple meetings for a while, and this was I remember this for Owen Danton, but I think we did have the same thing for EBA, where there'd occasionally be meetings between like Yana-san.
And there'd be like Uma Medicine who did storyboards, and I think a couple other writers that we would bring on. Yeah. And they would basically have I think for a while they referred to them as just like the funny meetings, the emotiona meetings, or the interesting meetings. Like I think they were basically doing like iteration p-back sides on the story. Like, how do we make this funnier? Like, it's like, this is all right, but how do we take it to like push it to that level? Yeah. Well, they...
And they all pretty crazy, those stories. Yeah. Is there any other interesting anecdote or trivia that you can share from working on these games? Whether it's Owenden 2 or EBA, is anything that comes to mind that you think is interesting? And if you'd like to tell your anecdote about crying at the anthem, and oh sure, I can tell that again, where again, this is the work on Elite Beat agents early in my career. It was a really lucky experience, and this was the game that made me cry during development, but in a good way, which is basically, every morning, you go into the office and you'd grab the latest data. I'd grab the latest data from source control, grass stuff from the file server, put it all onto the little sort of DS dev kit, and I'd run it to see like, what new data we'd actually managed to put together. And I saw, we have this new stage came in, and it was the one with the baseball player, and we have the intro story was put together, and I, of course, curious, like, I got to look at it and watch a story, and these are all very cliche stories, but that's kind of what you have to love about the game. And it has the washed up baseball player who kind of got into a slump and ended up
leaving the game. But he's still, he can't quite let go. So he's sweeping the floors at the stadium as a janitor, and then like some kid like recognized him, like, "Oh, aren't you Strong Arm Jones?" or whatever the name of the character was. He's like, "Oh, wait, aren't you so-and-so?" And you just see the baseball player just like pull his hat down. It's like, "Nah, you got the wrong guy, kid." And I was totally unprepared for just having that little
emotional kick, is not something that would normally make you cry. But I was sort of like, I was unprepared for it, because I was thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get ready, just do some work soon. Let's just see what's in there. And this moment just kind of kicked me, and I remember like having like a little tear, noticing that there's like a tear in the corner of my eye, and like I wiped away. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm at work crying. What the heck? Damn game make me cry. But that sort of experience, if anything, like all the dev that I've done since then, that's one of the things I've tried to figure out how I can have again. I want to have that moment again where, I am so into what I'm making that, it literally brought tears to my eyes, which is really great. Like, and this was sort of the experience for the whole game where everyone really cared about it. That's why Nintendo of America made shirts for us. There's that one particular NOA team. They made these kind of these one-off shirts, which, as far as I know, only the Innis Dev members and certain people at NOA have those particular shirts, which is why I never wear that t-shirt except for super special occasions, because I want it to last forever, because this game, like, really love it. I
really loved the game, really loved working on the game. So in Enden 2 was the first game where I got to work on stuff outside of menus. First project where I got to do a little bit of adding extra features to the in-game, which was really cool. It showed that like I'd managed to not screw things up enough that they put some trust into me to add some features to the really precious part of the game. But the funny thing, when I thought about the features that I added, the features
that I added were basically made for either the most extreme players or the worst players in the game, because the features that I ended up adding were the bit where if you lose in easy mode, you basically have an extra life where Kai, the boss of your Owen, or the boss of your Owen, will suddenly show up out of the bottom of the screen and tell you to basically throw in some more key, and it'll fill up your energy bar so you restart so you can continue the stage from where you were. And then the other settings I ended up adding were the bits where you like make the markers disappear before you were supposed to interact with them. You were the first that added that to the game, were you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I think it was probably the producer. It was probably Fujian, who was a producer who came to us off of from Monolith. He was a former Monolith person, so he was actually literally like right across. He came from across the street. There were certain restaurants in the neighborhood because we were in the same neighborhood as Monolith Softs. So there were actually certain restaurants that he didn't like to go to because he'd run into former co-workers. Not that he like, it was a bad relationship. It was just like weird. But yeah, so he added like the extra features at the end that you could sort of like unlock to make the game extra hard. So my first like contributions to gameplay were at the far extremes of our difficulty curve. That's
So cool. Yeah. Oh, I loved working on that. Yeah. I remember some of the pictures. Some of the pictures for the galleries, for the game. We actually had to do a little bit of trickery in order to get all the colors we needed on there. Okay. Because the DS is weird, because parts of its architecture were basically, they're inherited from the GBA, which inherited its structure from the Super Nintendo. So there is still literally a mode 7 in there.
and some of the API, you can look at it and say like, yeah, this is probably the same functions, maybe updated a bit, that were called on the GBA on somewhere else. And there are various limitations for how many colors you can have using what systems. So in order to display some of the pictures in the gallery, we would have bits where most of the picture would be done up in one system, might have been done up in the 3D, using the 3D system, just doing like a flat plane, and then to get a few of the extra colors, we'd manage to sort of extract out some of the colors, and we would lay additional basically sprites as patches, so we could have the extra colors showing up for certain bits. Do you know what happens when you close the DS lid while you're in the training mode for the game, when you're in the tutorial? No, I don't. It makes you restart the tutorial. Like if you do that, at least in Owenden, I think we end up doing the same similar things.
For Elite Beat, Agents, and Owenden, too, we have your leader. The leader shows up and tells you to restart the tutorial from the beginning. Why? In all the other stages of the game, if you close the DS midway and then open it up, it will still play music. Like the music will continue on. Like the game will continue on. It'll come back from suspend, no problem. The tutorial modes, there was actually this MIDI thing that we're using for the drum beat, which was different from
all the other stages. I think because we needed that to be able to loop endlessly. We weren't just playing one song to the end. It was kind of looping while we're trying to teach you how to do all the basic gameplay stuff. And I think no matter what we did, this is the story I heard, is that no matter what we did, after the suspend, there were cases where that loop would get out of sync. And so that was a problem. Either we didn't have time or it was just kind of too risky to fix. And so we ended up coming up with this other solution, which was basically saying like, okay, well, we'll set it up so if you close the lid and open it up, you know, the leader of your troop will get mad at you, and because of that, he'll make you start the tutorial from the beginning, thus avoiding having stuff get out of sync. But that was only for the tutorial because it had that one special feature on there. Interesting. Do you know in there is this
bug in the game, which happens pretty rarely, but every once in a while in the world, menu of EBA, the top screen, will be black and distorted. I've not come across that myself. Yeah, it's super rare. Okay. But I remember when that one showed up because it showed up pretty much right before we were kind of doing our final release. We were supposed to do like our final like gold master, and I remember like me and the other programmers really gnashing our teeth trying to figure out what was going on.
there? Because we didn't know what it was, and I think our lead programmer, he did manage to figure it out eventually. But this was maybe weeks later, so we did end up shipping with this bug. We did whatever we could to try to sort of like minimize the chances of it occurring, because we didn't know why it was happening, but there's a sort of a series of like, if you go back and forward between like the previous menu and the stage menu, there was some condition that you could cause to make the top screen occasionally be distorted when you select certain stages. I think I do remember that actually, like coming across that once. But yeah, that's pretty good considering how much I've played it. Yeah, but that was we spent a couple days gnashing our teeth over that one, I remember. Well, yeah, you minimize it. It used to happen more. So for Smash Brothers, we had to make, we happily made some like relatively high poly versions of Agent J.
And the lead characters from Owen Dawn. Yes. And Owen 2 and, because for use as trophies. But that meant that we had like these high-def models for them. And so we used them for testing lots of stuff. Okay. So there have been sort of protests where for like the test model, there'd be like Agent J doing all this cool dancey stuff. I do remember at one point when we were learning how to use Unreal Engine, someone grabbed Agent J and tossed him into Unreal, and
I think it was like basically tossed him into a Gears of War map. So there was some where Agent J is like dancing around, and I saw someone like shooting him with Marcus Phoenix. Hey, that's me. Like, he wasn't reacting. He was like leaving bullet holes.